pick it up on my own from the crime-ridden area to make things and make them great again.
How important are events like this to showcasing talents like you?
First and foremost, at events like this, well, this is our first pan and powder. We've been to several events, but this is our first pan and powder in the Port of Spain area. We've been to the first World Steelpan and all these lovely things. However, the pan and powder is a great event here this afternoon for us and for the youth here. Show them to keep the eyes open away from crime, what I say.
Can you get the spell your name for me?
To do that is very simple. P-E-T-E-R as in Peter, R-A-L-P-H as in Ralph.
What would you say your official title is?
Ralph.
Oh, in the job.
In the job?
Yeah.
Well, as we speak, I'm a former member of the Defense Force. As we speak.
But in the group, you're what, leader?
Right. In the band here, I am the manager. I am the manager of the band. And we have the PRO, which is Mr. Anthony Mitchell, assistant PRO Anthony Superville. Furthermore, you will be behind my back. That will be Anthony Mitchell. Show by raise a hand, Mitchell. And on my left will be Anthony Superville. Show by raise a hand.
Anybody, any other youths want to talk a little bit about being out here today? Nope. Any other youths? No?
Whoa. Mama. Lawyer. Why lawyer? Tell them say why you want to be out there and enjoying out there. Take the mic. Don't go forward. Go on. You're the lawyer. You're the lawyer in the band. Go ahead. Tell them it's nice to be out there.
Enterprise.
Yeah.
Enterprise made up.
My name is what? My name is.
Okay, look at me, and drop your hand just a little. Nice. Can I get your name?
My name is Serena Joseph.
Alright. What are you looking forward to today in Carnival?
I am looking forward to having fun and learning new stuff.
What particular instrument do you play?
I play the single guitar.
And what have you benefited from being a part of this part?
Benefited.
How has music,
Helps me. Music has helped me boost my confidence a little bit more and create new stuff that I never faced before.
Nice. Can we get your name? Spell your name for me?
CWPYNA JOSEPH.
Okay, I'll catch you later in action. Okay, thank you.
Well done.
One can appear.
That's crazy.
All right. Okay, everyone's on. Welcome to Gartsy again. We're here for the annual Steelpan and Powder Parade in Port of Spain. It has all the peas, the pan, the powder, the Port of Spain. We're here live. We're gonna be doing it now till I don't know when. So stay with us. The bands are lined up. There's about 11 bands altogether that's going to be playing. Some are stationary, 4 is on the road, and 3 is up at the Savannah. Right now we are in Port of Spain, right at the City Hall. And as you can see the City Hall there in the background. Hi Ingrid, how you doing? So we're at City Hall. So right now we were just taking in TTT, Trinidad and Tobago Television, interviewing someone, one of the people I believe from Fort Claire. So they're here, BP Renegades, they're here. There's so many people, so many different bands that are here, 12 different bands. And so we're gonna be here taking them all in and seeing what we're gonna get. So right here we see some of the people now. Traditionally what happens is that right where I'm standing, here in front of City Hall in Port of Spain, Trinidad, this is where the lectern is going to be, and this is around the area that the mayor is going to speak, and usually the president of Trinidad and Tobago will speak, and some other officials would also speak. Hey. Yeah, will also speak. So this is the stand for them to start speaking. We're gonna bring you every single bit of this live. So just get locked in. And there's not gonna be a lot of playing a pan right now. There's just gonna be a lot of assemblage of the instrument and the players now coming in. This is scheduled to start at 5 p.m. So lock in and get yourself comfortable because it's going to be a long evening. See a lot of my colleagues out here.
Okay. Going in more in the center, and the snow cone yellows by she. Yeah.
So. Hi Anna. Hi Marlene. Hi Jen. Hi Ingrid. Alexandria. Hello everyone and welcome to this live.
Alright, ready? Alright, so we got your name and come on about a little bit about the band.
Hi, my name is Soraya. This is Arima in the house. We have a youth band. We're excited to perform here today. And we are just have fun, right? Yeah!
First time participating?
Most of them is their first time participating. It's my second time, but we're excited.
And how important are events like this to promote the talent and the youth?
It's very important. Right now we're trying to showcase the youth because we have a lot of youth in the band. We also have a youth program going on, but we really excited. It's really important.
How many band members do you have here? And what areas? Is it only Arima or?
Most of the furthest is Aruka, but most of them is based in Arima.
How many participants do you have here?
About 40.
40.
It could be more. We're a big band. There's probably a big band from Arima. The big band from Arima. The biggest band from Arima.
Spell your name for me?
Soraya.
Last name?
Rodney.
Spell it. Okay. What's your position in that? What's your position in that?
I am the youth officer.
Youth officer?
I am the youth officer. A proud youth officer.
You guys want to say anything? I'm excited. Do you have anybody who's been here before?
Anybody have been here before?
No, she. come forward. You stay with her. Stay with her. And you introduce her from.
Okay, so this is Catalea Bengoche. She is third youngest in the band. She has a lot of experience. She is talented. Not just fan, she also do theater. So she's all rounded.
So what you're looking forward to today?
Having fun.
So you heard about us before?
Yes, but I didn't really come one. This is my first time.
And how is it? How have you benefited?
All right, so Trinidad and Tobago television, they're out there interviewing some of the people, some of the players. They're all very young, very, very young. And so this is quite interesting to see such young people playing such an important role. This is Pan and Powder here in Trinidad and Tobago, so it's a big deal, 2025, and they have been doing it for a little while. I've only joined in like last year. This is my second Pan and Powder parade. We are asked to wear white because there's going to be a lot of powder in the air. And those who don't have powder on them, they would actually look like they have powder because they'll be wearing white. So I think it's quite interesting to see that. Yeah, so yeah, so
this is the voice of the People's International.
talk to them. You want to talk to the people?
Who is them?
Well, they're all over the world.
All over the world?
Yeah, tell them something. You're selling nuts here, right?
No, well, this is the most intelligent nutsman in Trinidad and Tobago by the name of Nuts Landing. This is the voice of the People's International. I am Nuts Landing, who came here to produce sons and daughters who knows they might be young and restless or end up on Falcon Crest. Right now, I'm selling salt and fresh.
Woo! You got another one there?
Yeah. To get the taste, you have to put it in the hole in the face, and when it reaches your waist, I tell you, sit in the place. Take off the shell, it tastes so well, it make you buy like hell.
Wow. You got lyrics?
Yeah.
How long you been selling nuts now?
I selling nuts since it was 10 cents a pack. From at the age of 13.
And how much is it a pack now?
$7.
Wow.
Some places I take 6 according to the places.
Right.
But I usually sell 7 for 1, 3 for 20.
Right.
I have salt nuts, I have fresh nuts, I have cashew, and I have split peas.
Oh, you have split peas as well. Okay.
Yes, well, no honey roasted today. We'll get it next time.
All right, great.
So,
Well,
all who is hearing me, welcome.
all right.
The Trinidad favorite nutsman.
Okay, well, where could they find you in the future? I mean, you're in every event or what?
Well, right now, at the age of 67, there has been more function. Like on the 5th, in the National Stadium, with the football qualifying. Yeah.
You find you there?
You find me there.
All right.
And if you want nuts, you call 742-3323, Nuts Landing.
All right. Thanks a lot, Nuts Landing. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, good. So they're showing up. You can see right here there are Pan Trinbago has Pan Trinbago is here, and you know Pan Trinbago and we have a very good relationship. So we're always here, and they have the t-shirts available. They have everything you want, you see. They got t-shirts. They got bottles. I love Pan. They got but most important, they have baby powder. Now this is very important. Let me see if this is this has talcum in it. Does this baby powder have talcum? Talcum. Okay. All right, no problem. Thank you very much. So that's, yeah, they're selling all kind of t-shirts. So if you come out here and you come out bareback, you don't have any t-shirts, you can buy a t-shirt at Pan Trinidad. What's going on with you? You're good. You're good. All right. So you see the pans already loaded. They're loaded up over here. This guy's putting on the white shoes because he knows he's with foreign clay. You gotta come with the white shoes. They're all ready. Now in minutes, this is gonna all explode. And it's gonna go from one band to another pan. This is Desperados, they're out here as well. It's gonna go from one pan to the next pan and they're all gonna get a chance to play. These are the stationary ones and there are 4 of them on the road, 3 playing down here, 4 on the road and 3 up at the savannah. So this, look at how much Steelpan. A lot of pan and a lot of pan players. Okay. So let's go down here. I think this must be, it could be All Stars. I'm not sure. Let's see if it's All Stars. You know, it's amazing that Exodus is the winner of the panorama, but we'll see if this is All Stars down here. I don't think Exodus is here, will be on this parade. I'm not sure. I don't believe they will be. You could always go back and check the notes on the on this live, and you could see from the thumbnail and the notes under who is going to be here. Okay, this is not. This is song specialist. This is court song specialist. So they're loaded up too, ready to go. Hi, hello guys. You guys ready for tonight?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. Okay. I like the outfit. I like the outfit. I like the outfit. The outfit is nice. The outfit's sweet. Yeah. Look at the outfit. Look at the outfit. All right, let's see what else is down here. This is Skiffle. Skiffle had a little problem up the road with one of the trucks, but they have made it down here. Kind of grazed the pavement a bit, but they're here now. Skiffle is also here. This is Hall of Justice, people. Hall of Justice is right up here. All right, here we have the pan from Skiffle, and they will be also playing. I think they're on the road. They're on the road. Because the trucks that are on the road are all lined up, and they're already on trucks. And the ones that are stationary are sitting there. And the ones that are up in the savannah are in the savannah already. So everybody's in their place. So it's about, we still got about 20 minutes before things kick off. Hope you're enjoying this this live. Let me know in the comments. I always like to know. Oh, let's see what's going on in there. Now we're down here in a place called Woodford Square.
Hey,
how you doing?
Not too bad. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything good.
Yeah, I've seen you for a while.
I know, it's a long time. It's like I shave real good at things. You good? You too. All right, cool. All right. Yeah. See, you can never tell who you can run into. That's one of my lawyers. All right, good. So here we are seeing the, you know, I always say if the Moko Jumbies don't show up, the event has not started. And so they're here and they're waiting. All right. I love this spot because it's cool and shaded. What do you guys going to be doing in this event? You guys going to be walking and waving the flag?
Yeah.
All right, that's all good. So they'll be walking and waving the flag. The flag of Trinidad and Tobago. The Twin Island Republic in the Caribbean. Home of the Steelpan and Limbo. We take Calypso too. We take Beauty Queen, we take all of that. We take all of that. All of that. Fastest Man, we take everything. Just only 1.25 million people and we took all the prizes. We took javelin too, we take everything. We take swimming as well. Come on now, somebody tell me something I'm missing. We took everything. Dolly, good to see you again. Long time I haven't seen you. Is James on here? Hey, I didn't even see James on here. Welcome, James. We took it all. Tell me something we ain't take. Probably we took the tallest Moko Jambi. We took the longest man to play the pan. What else we took? God, we took so much. All right? Ain't leave much for anybody.
Because I want to get some more flag.
All right?
Hold our flag and hold one of the picture in front of you. That's open my flag one time.
This is a picture of
Oh, hold this. Right, hold that so for the man. Hold the flag properly. Open out the flag.
Who's this guy that you're holding up?
This man is Ellie Mannette.
That be you asking?
Oh, God, if you know.
That be you asking?
No, if you know.
You just stay in your lane now. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you tell me who he is now. Tell me, talk to me.
This is Ellie Mannette.
Okay, tell me what he is.
What he is?
Yeah, go ahead now.
I want the Godfather pan.
All right, the Godfather. But you a pan man, so
yes.
you know all that. And okay, well, Ken, I know Ken. Fillmore. All right, but thank you for explaining that. I was hoping to get a detail from him, but he ran.
Invaders.
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 Right.
Invaders.
Okay.
Fall in,
So you see everyone, I get flagged because I don't know who everyone is, but you know how it is. And right here we have, like I said, if the Moko Jambis don't show up, the party ain't start. So when they show up, and you know traditionally they were the ones to clear the way. So it's a historic thing too. It's not just that they come out to play. These are, what is this? This is Moko Jambi? Okay.
Right, so you can hold the picture in one hand.
Hey Jennifer, welcome from London.
Right, like that.
Hello, hello, and hi. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, so open out the camera. People are here. Yes, look pose. Hold it now. Let me see. Hold it. Oh, hold it now. Don't move. Yeah. Good, good. Yes, I see you. We just get mad practice all along the avenue all the time. I see you. Yeah, he's a showman. Look at that.
Very good.
Yeah, so this is a wonderful sight here. To have all these guys just lined up. Oh, yeah.
Hi. Can I get you all in a line?
Yeah. Come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that information.
Come in. I'll keep them open up.
Hayden.
Let's go.
They want me to know it all, but I refuse to. All right. It's beautiful. Hi, good. How you doing? Good to see you. Well, You're not gonna... Yeah, like... You're not going on... You're not staying tonight? Oh, okay. As you can see, they're all lined up looking very beautiful.
Hold up your flag now, Kyrie. Hold up your flag behind you properly. Right. Come around a little more. Give some space in between. Come around a little more to this.
Yeah.
I want the sign in front of you. This sign. Now, give me the flag. Give me this. You hold that here.
Well, I'm sure you decide that you have to miss out tonight. Oh, yeah.
She want to wait to somebody and do it.
Oh, okay, good.
She want to see me waving.
Well, who are you waving to in New York?
Shoma Thomas.
Alright, say hi, Shoma Thomas.
Right.
Yeah, she say Moods Van Groove.
Oh, yeah, Shoma, I'm a girlfriend, man.
You
Shoma,
hear?
Yes.
All right.
Shoma, Curtis, watch.
Curtis, yeah.
All right, Shoma. Yeah, she's mood.
Greetings from Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Alright, no problem. Yeah,
All
so.
right, thanks.
Alright, no problem. Yeah. So.
Yes.
So. Alright, how you doing? Huh? Oh, yeah. You have to. Alright, sorry about that.
Mr. Wick. Must be here.
Well, I must say. These are Moko Jumbies. This is like stilt walkers. It's actually not. It's an African thing. It's not only there in the Caribbean. They actually have stilt walkers in Africa as well. In some countries in Africa, they do the same thing. In my research, I found that. So, but we do it more for celebration when it's any festivity of any kind. You see the stilt walkers, or we call them Moko Jumbies, come out and and they kind of walk through the crowd. Today is pan and powder is what we're doing, steel pan and powder here in Trinidad and Tobago. Right here, it's being held close to the public library down in Port of Spain. And on the side of the public library, we have Hall of Justice. Hall of Justice over here. Over in this direction, Hall of Justice, and City Hall right there. So those are the landmarks. And we are in a place called Woodford Square. Hope you guys are hearing me fine. Alright, so let them sit back. We're gonna go and check on the pan and see some other stuff. Hi. Yes. Alright, good. This is gonna be a long night. We're starting at 5 o'clock. We're going all the way up to the Savannah, Queen's Park Savannah. In the very far distance, we could see the performing arts, what is it called again? National Academy for the Performing Arts in a very far distance. It terminates, this road terminates to that. We're going to go all the way up to there and playing music and throwing powder, and it's going to be a big sight. So this is pan and powder. Right now we're here next to Desperados. 3 bands that's going to be down here playing. Another 4 bands on the road, and I think 3 bands up at the terminal point, which is in the Queen's Park Savannah. All right, so we don't want to just run past Desperados. Pitch my tent right here. There's going to be a lot of activity. Uh-huh. Desper's man just walked by. I'm gonna fix my camera, take the time to do that. Oh, good, CC. You're waiting for that train, huh? Where you heading? Hope you're not going too far. Grand Central usually mean you're heading out. Going somewhere far. You could also be a local. Well, have a safe trip, and I hope we will get good signal so you can show you some of the things that are happening while they're happening here. See? Because it's going to be, hey, what's going on? Talk to me. How you doing?
I did like night.
You're there like night?
Yeah, I did like night.
You're there like night, huh?
Yeah.
You got lyrics, huh? You're there like night.
I did like night.
You hear what is going in this country? You're there like night. They get that height? I ain't know. You didn't play pan with that Spurs?
I support.
Huh?
I'm a support.
Oh, you're a support, okay.
Since 1977.
Since 1977 you've been here with the same band?
Yeah, from up the hill. They run me down with the bottle. They tried to rob me twice up there. And then go back until they come in town.
Oh wow, yeah, they have a nice spot in town now, eh?
Yeah.
That's
from
what.
down on Jogging Road. So, you should George Street.
Yeah. I have a very embarrassing story to tell because
Yeah.
I went up to the
I went down that. No, you laugh.
I went up to the old one. I was so scared up there, I swear.
Because look, that night when we get up, I'm a retired police officer. I joined police on Boroughs.
Wow. So you're like in 70s or what year?
I joined 86.
Wow.
I was the commissioner of police.
Wow. Boroughs, huh? Wow. You know, as a support person, do you ever play the pan? Do you play the pan at all? Oh, you're not iron. I love the iron. Oh yeah, but you're with them with the iron? They don't want you ready with the iron, huh? Sorry about that.
Already like Freddy?
Alright, a lot of action happening all around me. People are getting themselves together.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they're on the road. The renegades on the road. Band here, the three bands is going to sing here. Desperados. Who's this one here again? That's NLCB. Right, NLCB.
Yeah. And then
Fun player. It'll be real fun, guys. Boston in the house, John. Thank you for joining us.
Taking a walk.
All right, yeah. Big time.
And I stand cold drinks, cold beers. Saying that, cold water, cold foods. Nice and cold. Nice and cold.
We'll walk around a little more. See if I see a little bit more action. We are going to be here doing it like we do it for TV. All right, we're gonna go here. We've seen a little bit of action happening on the other side. Let me get my things plugged in here so I wouldn't lose any power tonight because, guys, you know I forget to plug in and I lose power, all kind of thing. I don't want that to happen tonight. So. Both smoke your pipe. This. LL, I got some jokes for you, girl. I got some jokes. You hear me? I got some jokes. Hey guys, I'm just hooking everything up here. I'm gonna be walking in a second. Well, you guys, I can keep me on my feet. All right. Here's like a comedy fest. Line. Sunglasses man is here. So I have so much sunglasses, you don't even need a sunglasses. Oh, that's the wrong one.
Cold drinks, and nice and cold, and nice and cold, cold water, cold cokes.
Nice and cold.
And nice and cold, and nice and cold, nice and cold. Who's saying it? Who's saying the first? See why the sun is hot? Who's saying they'll be dry? Who's saying they'll be fat? Oh, you cold and ice, cold beers, mean and grey, yellow and steamy. Take a try, take a pan.
Are we back on the road again? Let's go.
Yeah, cold water, cold water.
Water guys here. The whole of Trinidad is here.
All right, yes, I'm going to feel talking to the leaders. I realize your views more about 20 all right, brother.
That's how he is. That's how he is.
It's not 20,000, 25,000.
All right, I
it's probably 26,000
no,
today.
it was 20,000 when you were doing the doubles, man.
Yeah.
That man is the doubles, man.
Yeah, all right. Hi, how you doing? You good? You looking forward? You guys looking forward to it? You playing pan? Oh, you're not going to play? You're supporting you? Who's playing for you? Huh? Oh, okay. Your son playing? Your family playing? Oh, yeah. Niece and everybody playing? Okay. All right, good. Well, have a good time, okay? Hey, how you doing? Hey, where's your station? Oh, the anthem is here, so they're gonna be playing the anthem right now. That's it. Now the party could start. The anthem has been sung and they're throwing up something in here, the powder. They're starting to throw the powder already. Don't run out of powder, you know. You see you're wasting all the powder now later. Alright, they're gonna start with the first band. I was expecting a little bit more of a conversation before the band starts, but let's go with them. This is Angel. Angels are brought to you by Kira Drake. And wonderful start. Very young, very young. The first group to start now. We're expected to hear from the mayor and others who are going to officiate this entire start. But we don't know when this is going to happen. But right now, we're not worried about that because we are here with Arima Angel Harp.
Let's hear it one more time for Angels. And we just move right of the Pan Angels tent and we head to Arima Angel Harp Steel Orchestra. we get ready for NLCB Fun Class Steel Orchestra.
This is Fonte and LCB Fonte.
Don't be smiling at us.
Sometimes you gotta move ahead because you get left behind. So knowing that this is the last song that they're playing, the moment the Death Brothers who's up to play next. And we'll wait it out in a good spot. one glass for the tonight. Turn our attention to Desperados. They're going to be the last stationary band to play here tonight. And then we go on the road all the way up to Queen's Park, Savannah. It's about a couple miles up the road. Maybe a little longer, but who's counting? This is Pan and Powder Day in Port of Spain, Trinidad. We are in the city of Port of Spain, capital of Trinidad and Tobago. And we're about here to witness in the dark until we get some light. sorry about the light situation. That's the best we could do. It's night time here. And apparently there's no overhead light for desperados. So we'll deal with it. Listen to the sound. Enjoy it. We're going to be on the road soon. I guess they'll be playing soon, so we're just waiting.
Hey yo!
They say hold up because you're talking. Always supposed to talk before the show starts.
Okay, makes sense. Alright, still left. Phantom Mago is talking. So basically, a lot of the talk that's supposed to happen before the event is now happening. So there's been a hold up a bit while people go in here, probably the mayor and others address the crowd. So we're in a bit of a standstill here. They can play while the mayor or other officials are speaking. So this is a Phantom Mago event. So they call the shots as to who speak and how things, the order of the day. So they're waiting to play in the middle of the set. They've been stopped. I hope you guys can hear me. I don't know how to voice. So people, we are in a little bit of standstill here while we wait for the officials to allow Desperados to continue playing their set. I don't want to leave this spot because if I leave this spot, I would not get back in here very easily. So I'm going to wait it out and let the speeches happen on the other side. There's a lot of frustration here. Some people want to continue playing, and others stay away for Phantom Mago to get them the okay to go home. Let's go! Nobody here with us saying. Exactly. Well, we're waiting for the go-ahead from the officials for them to continue their set. So we're just going to wait it out. Nothing's happening, you're not missing anything.
It only had one
I don't know. Amazing enough. Good jumping. Way up in the air there.
That had the biggest
We're
crowd.
going to be walking along with them. Right behind them as they clear the way. I'm going to move first. And if they fall back at me. Just hold on, okay? Hold on tight. Hold on tight. Let's go. Go! Alright, we're following the book of jumping. Let's go. Okay, this is going to start the roadside of it. We're going to head from downtown here all the way up to Queen's Park, Savannah. Let's keep up with the Mocha Jambies. Keep up with the Mocha Jambies. One? I know. Alright, they already started playing music. I think it's All Stars that's playing up the road. Last time All Stars was last above the road. I think it's Sports right now that's playing. They don't like to put All Stars first because people stay back and listen to All Stars and forget about everybody else.
Roll out, roll out. Do.
Africa Town. One big party here. The Boca Jump is the first. Lots going on. still got about at least 20 more blocks to go to get to the Queen's Park Savannah.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's one.
All right, we're on the top of Skiffle, which is Steelpan. So, yeah, we're heading all the way up, but I don't think I'll ride with them again. But we're going to come to another truck. Yeah, you know your boy's getting old, so I can't tire of walking up and down. So, yeah, we're still here, live at Steelpan and Powder Parade in Port of Spain, Trinidad. I am at the truck with Skiffle, who's playing wonderful music today. And I'm getting to see everything, and I don't have to walk all the way up to here. So it's all a great thing. truck with skiffle. Yeah, this is Steelpan and Powder Parade in Port of Spain, Trinidad. This is the parade part of the Steelpan and Powder Parade. We're heading up to the Queen's Park Savannah in Trinidad, where we're going to see 3 different bands performing, I believe. And right now the band is jamming. We're here, yeah, live. Steelpan and Powder. We are on the truck with Skiffle tonight for the Pan and Powder parade in Port of Spain, Trinidad. We're really happy. I'm really happy that you guys are there watching this, because this is like really fun. Always get off this truck and get on another truck. See how it goes. We'll see. But we're on our way to the Savannah, the Queen's Park Savannah, where we'll see about 3 more bands. I think 3 to 4 more bands that's going to be playing up there. Hopefully we get there in time to hear them still, because the truck is moving mighty slow. Hey! heading down and we're gonna find I think either BP or Stars is down here. Can't remember which one. You okay? One of the Muka Jumbies just fell and bust his head, so they're taking care of that over there. We're gonna head down here. This is BP Renegades down here, and they're picking up a storm. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? So we're gonna. Oh boy, I've been walking with this piece of plastic for the longest while. I'm ashamed to throw it on the road, but I gotta do it because. Renegade. Let's go. We're gonna ride the truck over here. more blocks before hitting the Queen's Park Savannah. Alright guys, we're literally 1 block from the savannah. So we're almost there. For the people who are watching on the TV version, on the television version, you may have to go over to the vertical version if you want to continue with us, because that one is running out of batteries. Unfortunately, we burned up all the batteries. So we're gonna have to get you over to the other side, and you can follow up on your mobile phone or switch on the TV and pick up Garcia on the one that says M. So that is the mobile version. We run 2 versions tonight. So just to let you know, you only have like 10% batteries on that one, so it should be shutting down soon. For those of you who are joining us on the TV version, just know that, and also just know that I'm thankful that you had a chance to see all of this. A whole, I don't know how many hours, but thank you so much for watching Gartsy. I tell you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for those, all of you, but those of you who are watching it on television, on the wider screen, just know that you'll be cutting off soon. We don't have the battery capacity to go all the way. Thank you so much. Hey, what's going on here, boy? Get on my camera, girl. Get on my camera. That's no problem right here. Yeah. So the vertical people who are watching it on portrait format, you're going to be able to continue with us till the very end. We're going all night, and you should be able to continue. Just cross over and continue with us on the vertical. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully you heard all of that. We're with BP Renegades heading to the savannah. Only 1 block to go, and we are in the savannah. And everybody's excited. We're going to join 3 bands over there. This is Pan, Steelpan, and Powder Parade. And everybody's having a good time. Nobody can tell me to stop.
Hey, girlfriend, go down.
Hey, how you doing? You good? Hi. As the president of the captain, I don't know what he is, the director of BP Renegades. Like to be on TV. Not all of them like to be on TV. This one don't like to be on TV. You can tell that. You already get that camera off my face. I hear you, girl. Hey, what is this? What is this? Hey, you're looking like a horse. Right there, that's love. That's love. That's what you call young love, right there, right there. Young love, look at that. coming off of the TV version. We're only going to be running one version, so if you get over there, I appreciate that. Let people know that, because I don't know if they're hearing me. So we're only running one version, which is just going to be the mobile version. So that's it for BP Renegades. We're gonna have to pick up with the other bands in this side. So I think we have to stop here. So I'm gonna cut out through the car traffic here. We'll meet some of the other bands. Oh, yep. Sorry guys, goodbye. TV is now cut off. We are only on mobile. A shortcut through here. We got to the other side here. Alright, so everybody's taking off their pants right now, because they are just here to get us up the road. And we are up the road already, so now We're gonna join these other bands that should be playing now. I think there are 3 bands that are stationary here. And we're gonna hear from them. I can't remember the names. You can check the description. One of them have it. I can't remember which one. I'm only passing Skiffle because they're actually not supposed to be playing, and someone up here is supposed to be playing because they already got to the savannah. So we're going to go to where it's supposed to be playing. Maybe these guys are behind the schedule, so they're just making up a little time, but that's not going to last. Okay, and they're playing here, so this is really where they're not supposed to be playing over there. This is a simple song, steel orchestra. can hear me? If you can hear me, please comment immediately. Anyone can hear me, please comment.
Yeah, next man.
I think his other live is shut down. I'm not sure. But if nobody responds, I'm gonna end the live. If nobody responds, I'm gonna end the live. I think this live is cut down. Hi. Akil, could you hear me properly? Are you seeing everything properly? Wow. Okay, very confused. I don't know. It says that, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I'll continue with the live if people are on the live. We're kind of waiting to hear from Renegade and we heard from Renegade. We're waiting to hear from All Stars, but I'm kind of thirsty, so I'm gonna go get something to drink, and then after that, I'm going to.
I'm going now.
I'm gonna come back and get some more pan. Right now, I need something to drink. And a snack would be nice. Let's see what they got here. Alright, just getting something to drink and I'll get back to the pan. That simple songs playing, simple song. Playing, pan. See what he has here. You have to leave him.
Sorry, but I stopped.
We're here in the Queen's Park Savannah in Trinidad. We're going to hear about, from I think about 3 more bands. That ends the Pan and Powder parade. Okay, a bed. Yeah. All the drinks are stuck. Okay, here's a cooler. Hopefully I get some drinks in here. What do you got? We got
water, juice, soap,
Did I get one of those How much is that?
8 of them.
Artificial flavor and everything. And we're gonna head back to the pan now. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, let's get going. Back down to the pan we go. Open up the pan. Hey, how you doing? You good?
That's it, yeah, that's it.
All right, good. What state of emergency? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Not even much police is even out here. I ain't even seen any. Nah, it's just under the tent. Every band will be playing under their own tent. There's only 3 bands going to be playing, 3 or 4. No, one is playing down there where they're dancing. I was simple sound playing there. And I don't know who else is supposed to play. But last year, I don't know why. Simple sound was the one that played. The other was on the stage.
Y'all ready for some more? Are you ready for some more? All right, now we talk. You enjoying this song?
You too.
What was that?
We're gonna bring you, we left Arima. We're heading down to the west. And we stopping out in Woodbrook. Number 13 Hamilton Street, Woodbrook. What a band led by a man that is not a myth. He's not a myth. He's not an idea. He is your reality. None other than Dr. Len Boogsy Sharp. Make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Phase 2 Pan Groove.
Let's go!
Okay, they're just gonna do one more song. They're gonna
Steelpan groove. Now just a house announcement. Kieran Douglas, if you're missing your wallet, come by the DJ booth for your own 50% of
that brings you to the end of this programming.
And if you don't reach in the next minute, I'm taking all the money and you can get back your card. Kieran Douglas. Somebody also lost the car keys. Kieran Douglas?
Alright, so guys, don't forget to like, share, and consider subscribing.
Somebody lost the car keys
to this channel.
The kind of vehicle they lost.
So right now, we're gonna shut it down because we are the batteries on this other phone as well.
DJ, over to you and we get ready for the FCB Supernova celebration.
Supernovas is up next. I don't think I have the power to do it. You can join one of my other colleagues in the meantime, in between time. And yeah, I would like to thank you for watching Gartsy. And I may do some shorts of Supernova. Thank you for watching Gartsy. Have a good night. Yeah, it was really a vibe. For those of you who have been joining me since all day into the night, you know it has been a long one. How you doing? You good? Like you're not afraid of the camera no more. Remember when I first met you, I used to be afraid of the camera.
Afraid camera.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, like you're not alive now. You're good. Take care. All right. Hi guys. Have a good night and thank you for joining me, okay? All right, take care. Bye-bye.